this first part of the prototype for depth of the content, the theory covers accelerometer measure the iPhone 60, but it was all over the place from 30 to 100. It depends on the connection. Anyway, the most consistent was about 50 to 60. Uh, this carbon fiber is 200 grams per square meter. It's about 3.2 millimeters thick. And my theory is like it's why most health and products have in place. I don't know. Most health that's it with a different sources. A different calculation of the volume inside. But for the wire, and you take this wire copper circuit. Basically, that's just functioning with education, right? That person, right? That after one layer before, I'll do one layer before one plate, and if it's good, then I'm going to use this and oh, well, I think it deserves slight update. I think this time will be the easy part. The first part will be the site and the other side. And one of one. Now, so yeah, one side is finished. The second side is not. And then put it there like an hour of so to do. Okay. So, up and down. Now, I connected the home meter and so at the moment, So I would not like to do it, but well, someday. I prepare now for layer. This is a second layer, and it's exactly why uh, we do this to less or doesn't get it going a little bit up for distance. So I put one layer in, and next layer in this one. Let me do. Now it's time for upgrade. So, um, baseline needs to be about 50 to 35 Celsius. Then let's go with another 40. This one is my temperature. And because of that, it was so curing, meaning that after it's okay dries, we need to keep it up by specific steps. Uh, this one was bought in a these numbers. Divided by weight of 100 by 35. This is easily calculatable. We will need about, I calculate that correctly, it will be about 400 grams of water. Yeah, like 500. now I think to the level, so the final step will be back in Beijing without time. Not point of what the athlete of something, but the point of gravity stuff like this. It's physical work. It's not, well, it's sometimes we do that. So, the, the, and, well, the first, back, the first one, but it's like the first hit, that's all it's like, What is more than getting in? And even if it arrives, but like, contact, contact, what, 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 you know, one thing yeah, okay, fair enough. Difficult. Well, this is the second of this, so the basic say, at the moment, so it's not meaning that, oxygen flows with all the stuff, and, the noise, but you can see here, that is not even loud yet, but it can be repaired. The interesting part is the connection. This house is supposed to be. You see, the copper wire. Well, on this side, it actually jumped out because while I was stacking the layers, they were like sliding to side. And so, and when I was putting more epoxy on it, well, slowly got out. Anyway, this thing is can be repaired. So on this side, the stone was on top. Uh, the dirt, like, like, there we go. It's right. Maybe the under is moving. Anyway, here you can see it. Meaning that is on the air bubble. Drill it with the spot and fill it with epoxy and the rest of the pivots. Then at the first I'll cut the frame. The thickness should be 5.4 by calculation. I know now. So the 6 millimeters. And there with the thickness in the bottom. Close. I thought it would be actually more, but calculation still 5.4. So when you go there, don't expect completely flat, but we I would say 0.2 on the entire length. keep light food, twist under my arm, three times, and yeah, fine. This one that this is far what is it like a millimeter. So, it's about 56 on the edges. Fine. Same thing, a little bit so on the camera. But there's no problem. Not just it's pretty get down to like fine. If it's a solid project, I would not like to have a completely solid project. And you can feel as yes. Well, this is the bit for now, and probably two more. Well, after my reparation of those pinholes and parts were not boxed inside, logically much earlier, and yeah, maybe you can fix it. Be useful, grind it away and polish it. Well, I measured the resistance like yesterday on 8 ohms, now I measure 7 ohms. So I will try to connect it now with the power supply. So give me a second. Okay, I connected the wire to the power supply. Right, so it's 20 steps, so let's put it on 5 from here. This one, that's just around output on 3.8. Okay, all 3.8 ampere, which means the resistance was not fixed. It's like maybe small from PCB. Or that I don't know the sorry, my that's the connection for you. I have seen it on Chinese production, quite like it. And yeah, I forgot the name, but anyway, let's try a little more let it go. Yeah, yeah, this is my setup for the first part of on the next slide. Basically, it's not the person, it's with the problem. And I, this is done, by the way. I'm just That's it. 100%. Uh, we'll talk about that at another time. That's what Donald Trump had to say about Alexei Navalny being poisoned by Vladimir Putin when Donald Trump was disgracing the Oval Office. And now that Vladimir Putin essentially got the green light to execute Alexei Navalny by Donald Trump and the MAGA Republican Party, Donald Trump and the MAGAs have largely remained silent, although some MAGAs have given some token statements, despite the fact that they are withholding aid to Ukraine to help Vladimir Putin. Now Donald Trump has made a post on Sunday about Navalny, and Donald Trump compares himself to Navalny and says that President Biden is like Vladimir Putin. This is actually a post that Donald Trump made. He writes, Biden, Trump, Putin, Navalny, and it's a news article from some propaganda piece. And this is what Donald Trump posts, the article, which says the following. Navalny was an opposition leader who had repeated problems with Russian law, including being charged multiple times with embezzling state funds. He had been a thorn in Putin's reign for nearly 10 years, accusing various members of Putin's administration of corruption and fraud, including Putin himself. Navalny organized protest rallies throughout Russia with tens of thousands of people denouncing the Russian autocrat's role. Like Biden is doing to Trump, Putin returned the favor, employing the levers of government to make Navalny ineligible to run for presidential elections until 2028. This propaganda piece that Donald Trump posts as well says, here are some parallels between how Biden is targeting the former president of the United States and how President Putin went after his arch nemesis. And then this article that Donald Trump posts cites the E. Jean Carroll case. And Donald Trump was found by a federal jury to have raped E. Jean Carroll and then defamed her over and over again, including while Trump was in the courtroom. And then another jury awarded E. Jean Carroll $83.3 million. The New York civil fraud case, why that Donald Trump and his adult children continue to engage in systemic and persistent fraud over and over again. That's in the documentation themselves. And Donald Trump continued to make statements even out in the hallways while the trial was taking place, demonstrating the underlying fraud at issue. By the way, Don Jr. didn't even know that the Trump organization didn't have a chief financial officer anymore. The former chief financial officer of the Trump organization, Alan Weisselberg, was not a CPA and didn't even know about generally accepted accounting principles. Donald Trump said Eric Trump was responsible for statement of financial conditions. Eric Trump stated he never touched statement of financial conditions, but yes, explain to me why that is somehow like Vladimir Putin. So this is the article that Donald Trump posted, but I think it's important to note that this is yet another Putin-esque tactic by Donald Trump and MAGA Republicans and propaganda media, which is tell the biggest possible lie. It's all projection and confession, but just accuse Biden of being like Putin when Donald Trump is literally kind of Putin's coffee boy at this point. So why, and before he ever even disgraced the office prior to 2016, so why don't we share actual evidence right here? And the real similarity is Donald Trump to Putin, but they're not really even similar in the sense that, they're both authoritarians. I mean, Putin is. Donald Trump just wants to do Putin's bidding. Donald Trump is a second-rate wannabe authoritarian. He is Putin's coffee boy. Let's just take some examples right here. This, of course, was before the 2016 election, where Donald Trump asked his leader for help, and he said, Russia, if you're listening, find the emails. Play this clip.
Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing. I think you will probably be rewarded mightily by
this. Is from 2014 when Donald Trump praised Vladimir Putin's invasion of Crimea. Play the clip.
All right, last night, Vladimir Putin
Well, he's done an amazing job of taking the mantle, and he's taken it away from the president. And you look at what he's doing, and so smart when you see the riots in the country because they're hurting the Russians. Okay, we'll go and take it over. He's really goes step by step by step, and you have to give him a lot of credit. Interestingly, on the Miss Universe pageant, we just left Moscow. He could not have been nicer. He was so nice and so everything, but you have to give him credit that what he's doing for that country in terms of their world prestige is very strong. I thought, who's the better leader, President Obama or President Putin? Well, it's not in the contest at this point to say. Now, Obama can maybe come back and maybe something happens, but so far he has played Obama like a fiddle. So tell me a little bit about Celebrity Apprentice. I hear a friend of mine, Geraldo Rivera, may be involved.
This is Donald Trump at Helsinki embarrassing the United States of America in ways that have massive, massive implications for a very long period of time. One of the most shameful days in American history, period. Play this clip.
The first question for you, sir, is who do you believe? My second question is, would you now, with the whole world watching, tell President Putin, would you denounce what happened in 2016, and would you warn him to never do it again?
So, friends, there is a clear pattern emerging. Not only is Donald Trump losing court case after court case, but it's juries that are unanimously finding against him, time and again. What's foreshadowing? Let's talk about that. Because justice matters. Like us to this. So then, one concern that I hear expressed often, a legitimate concern, is what prosecutors can keep an internal, fair and impartial jury to decide Donald Trump's many criminal cases. The 4 prosecutions that are currently pending against him. Well, a clear pattern has been. I believe that pattern helps answer that question and helps alleviate that concern. That pattern was just highlighted in an issue by CBS News. Headline: Trump fraud ruling adds to the string of legal lawsuits in New York. And that also begins Donald Trump's latest legal dispute in a New York court, a jaw-dropping $364 million judgment to claw back the proceeds of a decade of fraud, plus almost $100 million in interest, puts an exclamation point on an unprecedented losing streak in his home state. Trump and his company have been winless in a series of costly, cascading, high-profile legal battles in New York in the last 14 months. It has been a reckoning without precedent, with judges and juries alike concluding that Trump and his company have engaged in illegal behavior for years. Trump's lawsuits have come in state and federal courts, civil and criminal, in rulings by juries and judges. A total of 30 jurors in 3 cases have unanimously ruled against Trump or his company. One of those juries was composed of citizens from heavily Democratic Manhattan, but two cases in federal court in the Southern District of New York. The 4 jurors are more politically diverse, suburbs, and extras. As I recall that in 2022, the Trump Organization, Donald Trump's namesake, the business that he headed up for decades, was prosecuted for a 15-year-long criminal scheme to defraud in the first degree. And that was the jury process. Here's what prosecutor Dr. Steinglass said to the juries during jury selection. He called Trump the elephant not in the room during jury selection for the criminal case against the former president's company in October 2022. In that case, some prospective jurors who were ultimately accused said they didn't think they could set aside their opinion of the former president juror said, quote, I have total disdain for anything to do with Trump. Sorry, close quote. Another juror went a step further. After saying jury duty could interfere with her travel plans, the juror added, quote, and I also hate Donald Trump, if that is of merit, close quote. It is of merit. Not really the article continues. A few jurors expressed admiration and support for Trump, and nearly all of the jurors pledged to set aside their biases in considering the case. At the end of the 5-week trial, the 12 jurors who were chosen took just over a day to find two Trump Organization companies guilty of 17 felony counts related to tax fraud. In April 2023, a federal jury pool was once again probed about their political leanings and news consumption habits for the Eugene Carroll sexual abuse and defamation civil trial. Trump, though a defendant, declined to attend any of the proceedings, which lasted 2.5 weeks. That jury of 9 took just 3 hours to find Trump liable for sexually abusing and defaming Ms. Carroll and awarded her $5 million. Trump attended a trial in the same federal courtroom in January when a new jury of 9 considered evidence related to separate defamation was found. Trump's constant company discussed throughout the 2-week trial, though he and his entourage got up and walked out of court minutes before the jury awarded Carroll another $83 million. And 3 juries, a total of 30 jurors across 3 trials, all 30, every single one, unanimously found against Donald Trump. They found against him in civil cases. They found against him even by proxy when they unanimously convicted his organization, the Trump Organization, of 17 felony fraud counts. And that is undeniable some important foresight. They're signaling what future juries are likely to do to Donald Trump in criminal trial after criminal trial after criminal trial after criminal trial. Juries will continue to hold him accountable, I maintain, because of the overwhelming evidence of his guilt in his criminal cases. I dare say it's probably harder to win those civil judgments against him than it will be to hold him accountable in his criminal case, in his prosecution. Because of the evidence that has been announced by state and federal prosecutors. Important foreshadow of the jury and I think treated Donald Trump in his criminal case. Because justice now, friends, as always, please stay safe, please stay tuned, and I look forward to talking with you all again tomorrow.
all can see those. Merchandise is like Donald Trump does. There's nobody who can move merch like Donald Trump. I've never seen any Joe Biden merchandise anywhere. Maybe really has tried it to failed. Donald Trump knows what he's doing. The other people, they have the worst idea in the world right now.
That was Tommy Lahren on Fox. How weird is it that the modern day Republican Party is going full MAGA? Rather than talking about policies and issues that matter to the American people, they're talking about how their cult leader is good at pushing merch. But let's take a deeper dive, if you will, into this new deal that Donald Trump announced when he went to SneakerCon in Philadelphia and started selling these things purportedly for $399. And of course, we know that when he went there to Philadelphia, he got booed. But I want to take a deeper look under the hood right now and give you all of the red flags of the usual types of scams that Donald Trump engages in. But first, let me show you once more Donald Trump getting booed in Philadelphia at SneakerCon while trying to sell these $399 pair of sneakers. Play this clip. But of course, the right-wing propaganda network Fox, they want us to think that those boos were actually cheers. Play this clip. I didn't know it was a SneakerCon. So frankly, all I know is welcome to Philadelphia. They got cheated. New city, so a little takeaway as well. And then Kayleigh McEnany, who Donald Trump has attacked and called her milquetoast McEnany before here. She is also saying that this shows that Donald Trump is nimble. This is great. This is what we want in our leaders. Selling sneakers like this. Play this clip.
Says this is not political, it's nothing to do with any political campaign. That being said, what contrast, Trump's out there being creative and nimble, and Biden's what, in the basement or in Delaware?
Then we get to some of the other media headlines, and not just the direct kind of propaganda, Fox and Newsmax and all of that. It was interesting. I spoke to a friend earlier today who, when I was talking about the Trump J6 sneakers, and the person said, well, I heard they sold out. I heard the sneakers sold out, and everybody, purchased them right away. I said, well, where did you read that from? And then I Googled, and I saw that a lot of the headlines, right, like look at Axios. Trump's high-top sneakers sell out hours after launch. And Axios does a story. It says, only 1,000 pairs of the gold shoes were available per the sneaker website, which describes the sneakers as, quote, super limited. At least 10 of the gold sneakers were randomly autographed by Trump, according to the website. Trump also launched the T-Red Wave sneaker in the POTUS 45, priced at $199. The prior to registered trademarks and/or trademarks of CIC Ventures LLC. Per the website, pause there. We're going to take a deep dive into that and show you some of the serious issues there that the media doesn't question. Axios goes on to say, Trump sneakers are not designed, manufactured, or distributed or sold by Donald J. Trump, the Trump Organization, or any of their respective affiliates or principals. It notes 45 Footwear LLC uses the Trump name, image, and likeness under a licensing agreement. So that's the reporting there by Axios. Looks like it's a promotion. What about Forbes? They go, Trump's super limited $399 gold sneakers sell out in under 2 hours. Top line, 1,000 pairs of former President Donald Trump's limited edition high-top gold-colored sneakers have sold out in pre-sale, according to the brand's website, hours after the former president launched the latest round of merchandise, without any, reflection of how bizarre and unhinged after Donald Trump has been found liable in a defamation case brought against him by his sex assault victim for $83.3 million. And then Donald Trump was found liable in a New York Attorney General civil fraud case for about $355 million when you add the interest and penalties to all of that. It looks like it's closer to around $500 million, $500 million, and he's out there in Philadelphia getting booed, trying to sell $399 pair of sneakers. But why don't reporters actually, I don't know, maybe do some reporting and, realize Donald Trump lies about everything? According to the website of Donald Trump, it says that it's sold out. So let's publish that as our headline. And maybe do some reporting. Maybe go through the data. Because if you did, red flag number one here, which you may want to report about, is when you go into the disclaimer where this website, where the shoes are sold on the website, when will they ship? Trump fragrances, oh, by the way, he's selling fragrances as well in addition to the sneakers. Trump fragrances are expected to start shipping in June 2024. Trump sneakers are expected to start shipping July 2024 for the gold high tops. And the POTUS 45 white knit and red knit are expected to ship in August 2024. Shipping and delivery dates are estimates only and cannot be guaranteed. We are not liable for any delays in shipments. For multiple product orders, we will attempt to ship all products contained in the order at the same time. Products that are unavailable at the time of shipping will be shipped as they become available. Your order will ship as it becomes available, and we will make reasonable efforts to ship your orders as quickly as possible. We cannot guarantee when an order will arrive. Consider any shipping or transit time offered to you by us only as an estimate. We encourage you to order in a timely fashion to avoid delays caused by shipping or product availability. We will endeavor to charge you for all applicable sales taxes. However, it is your responsibility as the customer to report any purchases of tangible personal property that has not been taxed by us and pay the sales or use tax on those purchases unless exempt under applicable law. So I guess first and foremost, they sold out, but they haven't even shipped yet. They haven't been made yet, apparently. Maybe there's one or two models that were made, but they're not even made yet. So hard to believe all 1,000 of these sold out. Also, they don't appear to have even, as I said, been made. And it's just kind of a drop ship. Get the money first and then produce the sneakers after. Here's what it says as well. Will I be getting the exact sneaker or fragrance that I see on the site? The images shown are for illustration purposes only and may not be the exact representation of the product. So you're going to open up a box and what are you going to get? What's your refund policy? There are no refunds. All sales on GetTrumpSneakers.com are final. They can do whatever they want with you, basically. So I would say that's probably red flag number one. Red flag number two, those exact looking sneakers, here they are right here. They're being sold for, $19, $19.61. So what? You just stick a T on them and you sell them for $400. Okay, red flag number two. Red flag number three, New York Post News report says Russian CEO wins autographed golden Donald Trump sneakers after $9,000 bid. They report this though like it's like normal. Like, okay, the Russian CEO is the person who spent $9,000 to buy a Trump sneaker. Nothing suspicious there. A Russian CEO has won an autographed pair of Donald Trump's new golden sneakers after making an eye-watering bid. Roman Sharp, the founder and CEO of luxury watch dealer Luxury Bazaar, walked away with an autographed pair of Trump's golden Never Surrender high tops after placing a winning bid of $9,000 at Philadelphia's SneakerCon. There, the Russian CEO right there. Again, how bizarre can you get? But what's some other red flag? I don't know, red flag number 4 right here. This is from Kurt Eichenwald, who does some great reporting by actually following the data here. And here's what he says. Nothing more fun than tracking down Trump's latest script for his sneakers. He's getting a fee paid to CIC Ventures, which stands for Commander-in-Chief Ventures, which is a new LLC that Donald Trump started in connection with those trading cards that he sold himself and lifted, which he owns, by 45 Footwear LLC, which is purportedly the shoe manufacturer that is based in Sheridan, Wyoming, in this rundown house in a grimy shopping mall. So apparently 45 Footwear LLC, this company that's doing the deal, is actually located in a rundown house in a grimy shopping mall. This is what you see when you turn the camera around to look at the other side of the parking lot. And as Kurt Eichenwald points out, how expected, the tiny town that is registered location of the LLC paid Trump for the right to make issues, Sheridan, Wyoming, is the central registration hometown of LLCs operated by crooks from around the world. And this Washington Post article, the gatekeepers who open America to shell companies and secret owners, points out that a lot of these companies are based in Wyoming. In Wyoming, the owners of LLCs are not required to identify themselves, although some choose to do so on corporate filings. The Post and the ICIJ found additional names linked to LLCs and other companies by scouring court documents and government records. And this deep dive by the Washington Post was written. It was written a little bit ago, back in the Pandora, in connection with the Pandora Papers. Let me get you the exact date when it was written, April 5th of 2022. Then I wanted to share with you, though, from Kurt Eichenwald's reporting as well on when Donald Trump came out with those trading cards, because there is a lot of links there as well. Here was Eichenwald's article. Trump's trading card grift is worse than you think. Shell companies rubbing elbows with international criminals, and worse is his scam of scams. Trump himself is not producing those NFT cards more than he has developed any real estate projects since 2010. Instead, he has reached a licensing agreement with a company called NFT International LLC. So the same way CIC, his commander-in-chief LLC, did the deal with 45 Footwear LLC, the trading cards, CIC, did a deal with NFT International, and both of those are based in Wyoming. All his licensing agreements dating back decades, real estate, Trump Stakes, Trump University, have all had the same terms. The licensor pays Trump a bunch of cash up front, then he gets a share of revenue produced by whatever the grifty product is. It goes on to talk about, let's delve into the shady world of the NFT International. Starting with the simple part, NFT International is licensing Trump's name, image, and likeness from a company called CIC Digital LLC, a limited liability corporation formed just 9 months ago from when this article was written back in 2022 in Delaware. Many corporate entities and partnerships form in Delaware because the state offers unique legal protections that are not as well established in other states. Primarily, privacy is protected. Any business entity filed in Delaware does not have to disclose its officers and directors to the public or the state, which allows complete anonymity. Even better for Trump, the state allows for a slimmed-down corporate structure where just one person can hold the role of officer, director, and shareholder. Trump has hundreds of LLCs that were revealed in his financial disclosure when he ran for office, almost all of them created in Delaware. If he's created CIC using a standard practice, Trump will completely control the partnership. It goes on to say the registered agent for CIC, the entity that registered the partnership with the state, is also hidden from view. It's called National Registered Agents, and its ownership is also undisclosed. However, it is registered and incorporated in many business entities, including an Austrian aerial camera company, an Arizona computer security business, a dental partnership, a real estate partnership, and scores more. But the fun really starts with unraveling NFT International. It is spread out all over the place, and it talks about, if you went to the collecttrumpcards.com, and I'm not telling you should go there, it lists an address of 6300 Sagewood Drive in Park City, Utah. When you look at that, it's actually a UPS store in a strip mall, a nice strip mall, but a strip mall nonetheless. There it is. This is what they're saying was what the headquarters of NFT International. So where is NFT International if it's not there in Utah, not even close to Park City? According to its partnership, it's registered 480 miles away, you guessed it, in Cheyenne, Wyoming. The address is 1712 Pioneer Avenue, and that Pioneer Avenue address also hosts lots of companies that shield its identities that have links with international criminals. NFT International was set up by a Wyoming corporate service, a company that registered shell companies. Wyoming corporate says it acts legally, but it has no idea who is running the secret entities that it registers. Quote, we recognize that business entities, whether aid, shell, or traditional, may be used for both good and ill. The owner of Wyoming Corporate Services, Gerald Pitts, wrote in an email to Reuters in 2011. But it gets much worse, and you see this building right here that purports to be where NFT International is. The final address of NFT International, along with scores of other companies, is 2710 Thomas Avenue in Cheyenne, Wyoming. And there it is right there. It's a small house in Wyoming on Thomas Avenue, registered through Wyoming Corporate Services. And this tiny brick house that has the same director that hosts companies that have been named as defendants in more than a dozen civil lawsuits charging that they had failed to pay taxes and engaged in both securities fraud and trademark infringement. It includes a New Jersey company that sold military car and tractor trailer parts to the Defense Department, which turned out was problematic, that unlawful, that cost the military about $160,000, and the individual responsible for that got a $200,000 fine, and other schemes that I could go on and on and on about there. But you go back to this headline by the media, and it's like, these things sold out right away. Wow, sold out. And it's like, well, that doesn't make much sense. You're just talking about a Russian CEO buying this without even looking in any way critical. Then you've got Fox Propaganda Network. What are they doing? They're just saying that claps, that the boos were actually claps, and that we shouldn't believe it. This is normal behavior right there. And by the way, I just want to play this video right here because it just shows you the state of kind of MAGA politicians right here. So here is a MAGA Republican in Idaho. This is a state representative. And here's what they're talking about. They're arguing that there should not be additional internet and computer access for people in Idaho because the MAGA Republicans in Idaho believe it's woke. The other second part, which was the digital access for all Idahoans grant, when I started looking at that, that comes from federal grant and equity. It's called the Federal Digital Equity Grant, and it comes from the Digital Equity and Inclusion Program. This is supposed to add additional internet and computer access, broadband stuff for these libraries. But when you actually start breaking down and you start looking at the grants, this is again the problem with the federal government and federal money is another woke program. It came out of the woke administration pushing this stuff to our libraries. And at some point in time, we have to say no to some of these programs that are not good. And if it is something that we see is truly necessary within Idaho libraries for the commission to take up, we should fund this with general fund money and make it a good program instead of another woke program.
So, thank you. So the MAGA Republicans, sell me some $400 sneakers that we don't even know the origin of, and sell me fragrances and all of this stuff. But when it comes to doing what like politics is actually supposed to be about, helping people, way too woke. Bringing internet into rural areas, way too woke. Doing woke. I mean, it's ridiculous. Anyway, I thought it's important that we do a deep dive analysis, which we just did. Tell me your feedback in the comments below. I'd love to hear from them. Have a great day. Hey, Midas Mighty. Love this report. Continue the conversation by following us on Instagram, @MidasTouch. Keep up with the most important news of the day. What are you waiting for? Follow us now.
Eric stared at the time of his hand shaking. If this code wasn't cracked in 60 seconds, the alien virus would wipe out every human colony. Millions would die. The power that humans held terrified galactic authorities, and they had sent a bioweapon to send humanity to extinction. Derek would have to decrypt the bioweapons core before it was permanently deleted. Derek's fingers flew across the alien console. 50 seconds left. Sweat dripped down his forehead as lines of code flashed by. 20 seconds left. Derek typed faster, mind racing. 10 seconds left. Then Derek's eyes widened as the code finally gave way. The decrypt finished. Secrets pouring across the screen. Derek smiled menacingly. Now he would teach aliens a harsh lesson. No one should have ever messed with me. He stepped into his ship's escape pod, the first step of his revenge. Today he would save humanity. Tomorrow he would punish the aliens. Derek jolted awake with glaring alarms and flashing red emergency lights. The stale, burnt air told him the escape pod's life support was failing. Strapped tight to the crouch harness, his body ached as he fumbled to unhook it. He stumbled from the battered pod, buried in rocky gray soil, and forced the jammed door open. Howling wind and steamy grip covered his face. Swiftly through the storm, he saw nothing but sand and his ship's wreckage scattered across the rugged terrain. Each piece hummed potential killers and parts. He had to move fast, collecting clamps, wires, and glowing power cords. Derek's hands worked quickly with precision. Inside the pod, he bent and connected the alien metal and wires. The makeshift beacon took shape under his expert hand. It stood tall against the raging storm, a tower of hope. On Earth, red alarm lights flashed in the UHDC control room. Operators scrambled as Admiral Hayes strode in. A text saluted, "Sir, it's Derek." Hayes leaned over the console, face stern. "Patch it through." Derek's strained voice filled the room. "This is Derek. Need immediate?" Static cut him off. Hayes stood straight and spoke firmly. "Send the night wind. Extract him covertly, and keep this operation quiet. The room could be listening." Derek braced against the boulder. His beacon blinked faintly in the dark storm. His heart pounded as each second stretched on. His camp both safe haven and trapped. Light years away, Captain Carrs clenched his jaw, hearing Derek's broken signal. A hologram of the stormy planet spun before him. He could barely see the signal's location, but it was enough. Set course for that signal. The human holds great power, and take him before the others. Derek hunched over his work as the wind snatched away the beacon's brief beats. He hoped rescue would reach him before capture. Cars of ship broke through the planet's air, shaking sand off dunes for miles. He hit a button to sweep the land with squad. They spilled out like insects, streaks glinting with the setting sun. Derek crawled from his wrecked ship, hands blackened, half buried under twisting metal, a strange device glowing soft. It called to him. He touched it and pain shocked his arm. It fused to his skin, into his nose. Adrenaline surged. Muscles tightened. Eyes saw faster, clearer. No longer a victim. Derek ran into the wind, toward the figures in the dunes. His fists met armor with cannon bolts. One soldier flew. Another reached for his gun, but Derek was there first, twisting it away. The soldier crumpled under blows. Carrs watched from his bridge, the display flashing his sharp face. "Incredible," he murmured, tracing the human speed and power. "Prepare my suit," he thought. He had to feel that strength himself. Breathing hard, Derek felt his heartbeat. He glanced at the glowing device, power inside him. He wouldn't wait to be found. He'd take the fight to them. With a predator's grin, he dashed to the wreck, a plan forming from instant and intimate knowledge of the land. He would use the storm. Carrs strode down his ship's lane, a mobile fortress meant to control and intimidate. He entered the furious storm with one goal: find the human. Derek hid near the crash site, the beacon lost in the wind. As Carrs approached, Derek sprinted out, luring him deeper into the storm. The wind rose, the sand shifted, and both became ghosts of the Derek's trap was set. Now he waited for the perfect time to spring, for the storm to show its true ally. Derek breathed back, fists raised to fight Captain Cars. Cars' shiny suit powered up weapons on his arms. Derek's mind raced into the plane. Cars' heavy steps took the ground, but new alien tech strengthened Derek. Cars fired energy at Derek. Derek dodged left, nearly burned. He ran at Cars fast. They clashed hard. Derek's punches landed like sledgehammers, powered by his muscles fused with alien tech. Cars staggered back, his suit overwhelmed. Cars attacked with a fist. Derek dodged and punched back sharply. Each move was planned, each dodge narrow. The deadly dance pitted Derek's endurance against Cars' technology. The sky cracked with energy. A shimmering blue wall of light tore overhead. A storm erupted, lifting sand and stone in a swirling roar. Cars' weapons distorted and failed. Derek felt the storm's power. Its fury dwarfed their fight. Survival was all that mattered then. Cars activated emergency shields, a weak bubble of safety. He signaled his ship. This is Cars. Storm interference severe. Mission compromised. Derek took cover behind his crashed ship. He watched Cars fade into the storm. Cars' ship answered. Human reinforcements detected. Extraction inbound. No retrieval. New order. Secure the human. Hold position. Await opportunity. Cars commanded firmly. He planned to use Derek as leverage. Derek huttered against cold metal, energy and fear pulsing through him. Eyes searched the raging sky for an opening. The storm drowned his vision, but he knew the UHVC was coming, and he would be ready for Cars. Admiral Hayes sat hard in front of the screen, eyes cold on Derek's trail through the radio. Urgency cut the command center's usual noise. His fingers drummed the console, deliberately. Start Team Nova's launch. Lieutenant Vega, take command. Vega stood firm, armor tight, helmet under her arm. Sir, we'll get him back. Quick, sharp. Hayes barely nodded, gaze holding hers. Count on it. But remember, stealth extraction. Engage only if you have to. Vega's jaw tightened. She turned. Team Nova at her back. Silent shadows. Final gear check. Non-lethal weapons designed to knock out, not kill. Precise, quick, silent. Miles away, howling alien winds. Derek crouched in the busted escape pod. Steady hands stripping wires, salvaging tech. Absolute focus splicing parts to the comms. Sparks of hope. It sputtered out. Come on, Derek muttered, smacking. He needed more parts soon. The storm raged outside, grim backdrop to his isolation. Scattered ruins across the dunes promised what he needed. The storm paused. Derek took the chance, stepping into swirling sand. Suits peeled from the abrasive air. The landscape was metal corpses, alien and human. He scanned the horizon, calculating, plotting, measured steps across uncertain ground. He reached the hull, prying at the metal shell, extracted a faintly humming power converter. Sleek darkness cut through the board. Team Nova closing on Derek's coordinates. Inside, Vega watched the streaking blackness. Status, she commanded. Approaching target, stealth action. No drone detection or second fly. Expert hands wove through space, unnoticed. On the surface, Derek shielded his face from stinging grip. Rushed back to the pod, clutch of components tight. The makeshift workshop hummed, his breathing labored, soldering connection. Team Nova landed whisper soft, the desert swallowing the sound. Vega stepped out, team fanning behind her in practice silence. Sensors swept, searching for Derek. Steady eyes, quiet promise. Derek's comms crackled. Static, then clear signal. He flipped the switch, heart racing. This is Derek. Anyone read? Distant anchor against the storm, Admiral Hayes answered. We read you. Who knows closing in? Stay put. The leak alive Derek's chest. Copy, he said, but not done yet. He had the parts. Now he needed to survive until extraction. Derek turned back to his work, calloused hands fitting metal pieces together, resolved solid as what he shaped. Derek kept going, his feet soft on the strange soil. The device on his arm pulsed with living vigor, glowing gently. He searched the land. Rocks and sparse plants stretched before him in the fading crimson light. The alien touch fused to his body tingling, reminding him of the world's whole. He moved and the native creatures stirred. The planet swarmed with bizarre life, from tiny skittering things to hulking beasts with rocky shadows. They scattered as Derek passed, sensing his foreign energy. Between two huge rocks, a massive form unfolded from the dark. A scaled creature with red obsidian eyes blocked Derek's way. It roared, rattling his chest. Derek stood firm as the device on his arm reacted to spreading warmth. The beast moved, rippling muscles ready to attack. Derek lifted his arm, the soft glow washing the creature's face. A word formed in his mind. He spoke it. The beast's growl softened, its eyes calm. Derek spoke again, guided by the device. Understanding came to the creature and stepped back, now ally instead of threat. Derek continued, using the technology to move through the creatures. Drawn by the strange power, they came to him. He spoke, soothing their fears, gaining their aid. Using this living network to hide from the dream, Derek planned his route. The creatures became his eyes and ears, sensing and gaze. Meanwhile, Captain Carrs commanded his troops with precision. He arrayed them to sweep the wilds for Derek. Carrs watched from a hill, armor glinting as he directed the advance. Small squads leaped out, vulnerable bait to flush Derek into the open. Derek knew their tactics. He waited in shadow with a silent ally. Together they watched the squad come, boots kicking up dust. When the time came, Derek had a planet of allies to stay free until rescue arrived. The ship landed silent in the dark shadow. Vega led them out, suits blending into the shadows. They moved without a sound, sensors searching for Drew. Just wind and animal sounds. Vega signaled Knox. He tapped his wrist device. It blinked, scanning the sky. All clear, Knox signed. No drone above or around them. Vega nodded tightly. This was the easy part. Inside the battered pod, Derek crouched over wires and straps, focused on the dim glow of his makeshift communicator. It beat once. Vega's low voice came through. Derek, you there? Derek, here, he said. We're on the ground. We'll get you out. Tell us what we need to know. Derek looked at the living tech on his arm, then at the open doorway. Eyes blinked at him from the dark. I've got company here, he whispered. Not just drones. This planet's alive and reconnected. We can use them. Vega raised an eyebrow. She grunted. Go on. The animals listen to movement and tech. They can help us stay hidden, make a point. Back on the ship, Knox's fingers flew over the console. Storms kicking up. Patterns make no sense, like something stirring it up. He stared at the readings. Not natural, Vega thought, eyes narrowed. Could be the same tech Derek's using. If it controlled the planet before, it's part of this. She turned to Derek's voice, crackling over the communicator. Got it. Keep the locals friendly. We'll move under the storm cover. Together they plotted the path. Vega's team blended into the night, Derek directing his new ally. The air hummed with electric urgency, a plan of desperation and a strange bond. As the winds rose, so did their mission's urgency. Nova and Derek moved closer, steps precise, unseen. The planet's rage cloaked them, a dance of shadows and intent. Knox watched the patterns on the screen, brow furrowed. There's more here, he muttered. More than just a storm. Knox stared at the flashing console. He tapped the static, knuckles white. Daryl, this tech ain't no toy. It can push the storms around like God. Derek gripped the glowing arm device in his battered paw. Tell me what to do. Knox's crackled instruction poured through. Turn the top piece counterclockwise. Slow. Sync it to the numbers on your screen. Derek twisted the device, hearing each click in place. The wind shifted, clearing a path through the storm's rage. A lane through hell. Knox's stone face cracked a thin smile. That did it. I'll map a route to extraction. Follow me. Derek darted from rock to rock, using the wind as his guide, a ghost in the storm. Carr stood before the pulsing display on his ship, alarms screaming as new storm patterns rolled by. Mustard's tense, he murmured. They think they can dance around it. His hands flew over the controls, aiming satellites at the surface. The display zoomed in on the car's path. Clever, human, but not enough. Cars entered command, issuing orders. Vega led Team Nova through the swirling sand, stepped silent as the night wrapped tight around them. Senses alert, they scanned the landscape. Knox whispered guidance in their ears, their mission tether. Stay sharp, Nova. We're flying blind. Vega's visor flashed coordinates and patterns. She raised a fist, signed the halt. Nova froze, listening to faint echoes on the wind. She nodded slightly at Knox. He peered through the tech scope, flipping through settings. Knox whispered, We've got company. Cars and soldiers rose from the sand, weapons ready, armor reflecting muted light. Their tech dampened Nova's round. Pulse steady, Vega calculated her odds. Fan out. I'll talk. Her voice just a breath. Palms out, she stepped toward the encircling figure. We just want the man. No need for blood. Cars's voice floated on the wind. Give him to me. Walk away. The standoff hung on a knife's edge. In the distance, the cage storm raged. Knox gripped his weapon, ready to move. Vega's gaze locked on the enemy. Her voice carried strong. We both know that ain't happening. Let's chat, civilized. Guns aimed, but no shots fired. Each side waited, looking for the first mistake in this silent warrior's dance. Vega and Nova's team faced off against Cars's soldiers, guns pointed, ready to fire. The harsh crunch of footsteps broke the tension. Strange creatures flooded in, Derek's alien allies. They swarmed the soldiers, claws and skillets flashing. The charge disrupted Cars's troops, scattering them. Nova's squad seized the chaos. Vega signaled, spurring her team into action. They darted through the soldiers, using the terrain. Crisscrossing lasers missed them. Their shots answered, non-lethal. The squad moved together, adapting, always humanity's strength. Over the radio, Knox told Derek, Now, turn it left, twice. Hidden in twisted metal, Derek obeyed. His arm device responded, shifting the wind. A wall of dust and sand veiled the battlefield. The storm blinded cars and soldiers. Their radios buzzed with confusion. The creatures pressed their attack. Howling winds mixed with clashing of armor and shouts. Through the haze, Nova's team escaped, steps precise. Cars' outline shimmered, cursing uselessly. He stood alone as Vega's squad melted into the night. The brief, fierce skirmish drew attention. Distant sensors tracked the energy signals, the human defiance, the alien tech's power. Words spread across the galaxy. Leaders observed. This marked change. The fragile peace now threatened to tear. Eyes turned toward the stormy planet. Derek waited. Cars brooded and flamed. Both pawns in a larger way. A conflict beyond borders, on species. The storm stilled, leaving the relentless heat of the galaxy on the edge. Knox moved fast over the harsh terrain, leading them back to the ship. Blurry rocks and debris filled their path. Loud wind drowned out their footsteps, but they kept going, wrist lights guiding the way, weapons ready for Cars's attack. Vega followed Knox close, eyes scanning the land. She felt the tension thick in the air. This escape was hard. Behind Vega was Daryl, stepped steady despite the nerves in his eyes. The alien device on his arm pulsed with his heartbeat, reminding him of the power in his veins. Cars stood on the ridge in armor, watching his targets below. Face set with determination, he saw them slip through the rocks and sand. Fist clenched, he turned back. War machines loomed behind, silent titans ready to crush. He commanded, and the machines rumbled alive. Sand clouds kicked up as they descended. Cars led the charge, the weight of authority heavy. Capture Derek no matter what, his mission clear. The ground shook under the war machine steps. Team Nova felt it through their boots. They ran faster to the hidden ship, their only escape. Knox glanced back at the rising dust. Move! He yelled. Vega spoke into her comm. Incoming. Heavy gear. Can't outrun. Get ready to fight. Her words tight and precise. They reached a narrow pass between cliffs, a choke point, but also their chance. Here, Vega said, voice cutting the wind. We make our stand. Derek took position, Price glowed brighter. He watched the giant war machines approach, metal and guns, towering monsters. Cars came out of the swirling sand, leading his forces. He paused, seeing the humans ready to battle. For a moment, respect flashed across his face. Then, hard resolve. The machines fired first. Horn blasts erupted. Earth exploded up in clumps. Shocks felt through their feet. Knox dove and fired bursts to take out flanking drones. Focus total and unbreaking. Vega ran efficient lines to find cover. Fired back to control, disabling not destroying. Derek charged. The alien devices died. He flowed smooth, evading blasts. His strikes held starfall force, metal buckling under his fist. Cars watched fierce human defiance ignite within. These humans fought with a raw, wild spirit he hadn't expected. It demanded respect. The battle raged, wheels clacking like the storm itself. Both sides pushed to the limit. Derek dismantling a war machine with bare hands left the room in silent awe. Vega, not. Derek showed no signs of tiring. Outmatched, but not outclassed. More than just survival, this was humanity's stand. A message clear as they fought. Never underestimate the human will to protect our own. Derek grabbed the alien device. Images flashed through his mind. His eyes glazed over, staring at something only he could see. Visions of a mighty Druid warlord towering over defeated enemies. The warlord's brutal rise to power was soaked in blood. Countless battles fought with gray mercy. A glimpse into a time when power and fear ruled the room. Cars stopped advancing. His keen sensors detected something strange coming from Derek. Puzzled, he watched Derek stagger, overwhelmed by new memories. Cars' own history appeared, with ruined lore flooding into view. It shook Cars' belief, the raw images clashing with the humanity before him. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, Derek whispered. His voice was awed and pained. This was not their purpose. Cars tuned his comms to Derek's frequency. What was it? Doubt crept into Cars' voice. His aggression faded. The text, Derek. It quote, S dot dot dot. It quote, S for the life, creation, peace. But your people call it. Your ancestors twisted it for war. The revelation tore through Cars. His blood cooled, the fire of his fervor dampened. For the first time, he questioned his cause, his armor, his war. Derek clutched the glowing device. It's meant to build, not break, to heal, to connect. The visions continued to flood his mind. Cars removed his helmet, the storm's fury ripping his bare face. But all he felt was determined inside. Humanity's drive against his people's dark legacy laid bare the lives he lived. We were meant to be guardians, Derek continued, the device pulsing with his words, a beacon of what could have been. Carter stepped back, his soldiers uncertain. Once commanding, Carter's voice now trembled. What have we become? He asked the howling wind, his armor now a hollow shell. Derek stood firm, the ancient memories flowing, contrasting the man before him, a defender, not a conqueror. The storm raged on, the planet witnessing the crossroads. One species realizing its missteps, the other resolute against the tide of history, forging a new path forward. The roar of engines broke the rhythm of war. Huge battleships plunged from the sky, emblazoned with Earth's crest. Swarms of fighters spilled from them toward the planet's dusty surface. The dream answered, teleporting surgers to match the human forces. Armor dulled by sand and armor scarred from skirmishes. Weapons lit the landscape, sun blast echoing off stone cliffs. Each hit and fall waged the galactic war, though no lives ended today. Amidst the chaos stood Derek, energy pulsing from the device on his arm. The armored giant cars rumbled through the turmoil toward him. Derek's voice cut across the battlefield. Cease fire! Cars echoed the order. Hesitant, both sides lowered weapons and still. Derek and Cars approached, a bubbling of calm around them. Derek's skin wore the marks of war. Cars' armor showed similar scars. The soldiers watched them, hope and confusion in their eyes. This can't go on, Derek said, weariness in his firm tone. Cars nodded. Our violence has brought only pain. This is not the path. Humans know war, Derek admitted. But we've also learned from it. There are better ways to use power. Cars turned, surveying the streets. He looked weary of endless war. Perhaps I have fought for too long, he murmured. Derek stepped closer, his words carrying like a promise on the wind. But let's change that. Together. Silence fell. Cars extended his hand in a fist. Derek clasped it, his device glowing softly. The two leaders united amidst ruined edge, human and green together. Their soldiers watched, confusion and hope growing as old enemies became new allies. Spread the word, Cars commanded. This ends now. Derek nodded and turned to his device, calming the storm. Into his communicator, all forces stand down. We have an alliance. The tension left the soldiers, not enemies, but partners now. Derek and Cars' shared vision steered them from war's brink toward cooperation sunrise. The soldiers stood silent as Derek and Cars walked to the front alone, allies now. Derek's hair was plastered with sweat and sand. Cars' boots sunk deep into the soft ground. They met the soldiers' eyes with hard stare. In the back, Admiral Hayes stood stiff by his vehicle, surrounded by his officers. Their hands hovered over weapons as they walked. Across from them, the green leaders with the front. Their images flickered on screens as they observed them. Derek shouted over them. This thing on my own was long ago. It's meant for people joining us together. He raised his arm, light spilling on the faces before him. Cars nodded, his voice booming. We thought we understood. We were wrong. We used it to control and destroy. Murmurs lifted. Suspicious tones. Eyes shifted in the air. Over the right. The two leaders locked eyes, moving silently. A sliver of peace. I know you can fight, Derek, but now we need to talk and a new one. Together, we saw their hesitation, their fingers breathing off triggers. He touched his earpiece. All units stand by. As we went glancing at each other as their resolve waited. They were so clear. We can keep fighting to die, but we can respect the true purpose of this technology. Respect it. Every silence fell. One soldier lowered his weapon, and the other, rippling across the room. Cause felt heavy. We are to blame for this machine. It ends with me, with us. I don't know if we step forward. All of that was off. The brain was flipping on the screen, but after a moment, issued similar orders. Weapons powered down. Shields dropped. Cars and death that little again. Handsticks front. Finding pieces the only way to around them. Human and green alike lowered their arms and exited the place. The battlefield turned from the edge of war to a place of truth. Derek's honest words the swamp. Derek moved through the quiet field of metal piping, his steps measured and confident. He reached a war machine and touched it, his skin glowing as the lights on its pole dimmed. One by one, he took the fingers. He spent days to watch him work. Performance eyes were crazy. They were sharp, missing nothing. One hand rested on the gun, ready to shoot. With the other, she directed her soldiers into position without a sound. In the heart of the machine, Knox focused on the test schematics floating before him. His fingers moved with purpose, expanding the storm area that now surrounded the meeting ground with calm air. Derek stepped back and observed Knox's progress. The deactivated war machine and above it had more than could fit. Looking at Derek's face, like relaxing storm, chanting to pray of faith. The planet, once ravaged by war, now cradled its first tender peace. It witnessed humanity's hope and steps for peace. Derek looked at the soldiers, human and alien, regarding the inner roaring. In the settling quiet is room for thought, for possibility. The world under their feet showed what could be. Derek turned his eyes aside where Knox's shimmering bubble held back the storm, a visible pledge to safeguard their newfound peace. The soldiers waited, human and alien alike. Tension filled the truce meeting spot. Cars stood by Derek, former enemies, now with respect, a sign for others that change would come. Derek heard the Admiral's low voice in his earpiece. Stay alert. Some don't want peace. Derek looked around, senses sharp from alien tech on his arm. He caught small movements in his vision. Cars watched his troops. Trust was new, fragile. They needed care, like ice on a winter lake. Derek saw a shadow move in the dusk light. His arm device whined, matching his speeding heartbeat. He looked to Cars with his back turned, unaware of the threat. The shadow moved again, metal glinting in the fading sun. Derek leapt toward Cars. His powerful steps shook the ground. He slammed into the alien defeater, knocking him down as a sharp energy beam sliced the air where Cars had stood. Chaos erupted. Soldiers scrambled for cover. Weapons grazed as they searched for the shooter. From the ground, Cars stared wide-eyed at Derek. You saved me. Derek stood over the fallen leader. Not safe yet. Stay down. Shouts came from the room in mismatched armor. Splinter group. The sentries wanted war. The Admiral barked over comms. Stand down. Hold fire. Do not escalate. A second shot cracked the fire, fired by the splinter group. It fizzled against an invisible shield. Derek's arm device whirring, creating protection. The main Druid force reacted, not with violence but unity. They disarmed the splinter group, showing their time for hate and violence. Seeing Derek defend cars shifted their respect. The loyal dream restrained the misguided ones. A powerful statement. They would not destroy the fragile hope. Watching, the admiral saw the importance of the moment. His hand hovered over the console, ready to signal advance or retreat. He saw Derek guarding cars and made his choice. He pressed for retreat. All units stand down. We help rebuild. The fight is over, the admiral ordered. His voice resonated with history. The soldiers relaxed. Boone lowered weapons first, then humans followed. Suspicion lingered but faded with each second of ceasefire. Derek helped cars stand. They looked out over the scarred landscape, moving machines and damaged earth. Silent proof of wars followed. We build now, cars said steady and using Derek's gaze. Not just structures, but trust. You have my word. Derek nodded. And we have ours. Let's begin. In the days after, human and Broom worked together. Ships brought tools and supplies, not soldiers and weapons. The damaged planet began to heal with the help of former enemies. Watching from his ship, the admiral's grim face softened at the changing landscape. Cars directed his people. His gestures needed no translation. They gave shelter, cleared debris, shared water. The setting sun cast long shadows of humans, and Broom united in work. The galaxy dared to hope for a future brighter than the stars. The battle left strong on the land. Freighters and trenches marked their black tips and soldiers scrambled. Derek stood amid the destruction. Alien tech gone. Broom, human engineers focused intently, studying the device. Cars towered over the others, urging unity with slow gestures. His eyes held a new fire, one for freedom instead of war. Listen, Derek said, cutting through the darkness. This tech is more than power, it's potential to fix what we broke. We tapped the blinking light. This binds us together. We use it to restore and learn, not destroy. Cars moved to the console, relaying Derek's words into action. Let this be our guide, a reminder of conflict's end and what peace can bring. Engineers shared tools and ideas, their teamwork seamless. The device linked them, allowing understanding to flow from alien minds to human hands. Machinery hummed, now planting hardy seeds instead of giving death. Broom dug into the ravaged soil, reviving vegetation engineered to thrive. We learned from our human allies, Adrian told the team. Their world faced trials. They revived it. We combined strength. Derek moved among them, guiding the tech's use with a word or gesture. He was their bridge between species. Carl's voice echoed galaxy-wide. Our future is cooperation, not conquest. We look to the humans, once foes, now teachers of peace. On Earth, Derek and Cars's message spread, urging harmony. Photo screens carried their images into homes and city squares. This device is a testament, Derek declared, to what uniting can bring. Cars stood beside him, no longer an enemy. Our destinies are one. The path we walk together. Across the galaxy, the story ignited unity. Ships bearing both emblems sailed star lanes, building bridges. On the healed planet, green children planted with human younglings, seeds for trees to touch the clear sky. Derek watched new shoots break the gray earth. No words needed between him and the cars as they observed the changing horizon. Nearby, soldiers stood, calloused hands testament to building, no longer destroying. They spoke of a new era where war machines cultivated peace beneath steel banners. The two leaders turned to their teams, vowing silently to protect this fragile bond. Side by side, each action planted seeds of a shared future. Derek's fingers brushed the alien device on his arm, a once fierce energy now fading day by day. He sat crammed at a cluttered desk in a sturdy tent, shielding him from the harsh winds outside. Voices of researchers blended together as they talked excitedly about their work. We found another chamber, each side, Dr. Patel called out. Her boots caked with gray dust. This tech could change space travel forever. Eyes went wide at her words. Derek got up, the device on his arm humming softly. He followed Dr. Patel outside, where the fierce winds had reshaped the dunes overnight. Under the blazing suns, humans and drones worked to unearth strange metal sheets that seemed to pulse with energy. Towering cranes lifted the sheets, revealing structures beyond imagination. Each discovery was a new piece of the incredible puzzle. On the edge, Team Nova stood guard in durable gear. Lieutenant Vega monitored his team, a new insignia on his uniform. Their ready posture had softened into protective watchfulness. Stay sharp, Vega said. Everything we find here could change the world. The researchers nodded, focus clear in their steady eyes. They continued carefully brushing symbols that held galactic secrets. In the heart of the colony stood a new dome, glistening clear surfaces blending human and green shapes. Inside, Cars sat with Governor Lee Wei at a table mapping the planet in flickering holograms. Consider each discovery carefully, said Lee Wei, pointing at a highlighted power source. Balance is crucial, Cars agreed in his deep voice. Our past taught us that. Lee Wei smiled, marking a research path. Well said. We're setting precedents. Outside, human and green children laughed and played amid the growing flames, their joyous voices rising over the machinery's hum. Above, the once stormy skies were now clear. Derek watched the bustling colony, a faint smile on his lips. His heart swelled at the view, life and potential on this once desolate world. The device on his arm dimmed, its knowledge now integrated into the research, its legacy a shared beacon. As the sun set, a ceremony began. Locals gathered, anticipation thick in the air. Team Nova stood together, embodying courage and change. Admiral Hayes spoke from the platform, his voice carried it. For outstanding bravery beyond duty, for forging peace from war's edge, we honor you. Vega stepped forward, back straight, face solemn. Our duty continues, sir, she said simply, accepting the medal with a nod. Thunderous applause exploded, echoing into the dust. Governor Lee Wei joined the Admiral. Now we celebrate unity, a beacon of cooperation and shared destiny. Beside her, Carr said, unity is not just a name, but a solemn promise. The two leaders raised their hands together. The crowd followed suit, a simple but powerful gesture of unity. As darkness blanketed unity, lights flickered on. Humans and drones shared food and stories, friendship weaving between them. Derek looked around, now among comrades instead of soldiers. Stars glittered overhead, bearing witness to this new golden age of humanity and their former enemies, now staunch allies. Unity bustled with life. The air hummed with excitement. Steel and glass towers reached for the sky, symbols of peace and power. Derek walked through them, his once alien device now silent and dark. It had become a symbol, too, its might etched in these growing streets. The grand hall buzzed with myriad species talking. Leaders from the stars filled the room, eyes wide at the banners of human brewing unity. A podium stood up front, flanked by both flags, ready to tell a story of war now peace. Derek climbed the platform steps, each footfall echoing as silence fell. Faces turned to him, colors and shapes watching the defiant man. I'm no warrior, Derek said clearly into the mic, just a witness to trust's might. He showed the battlefields now guarded, war machines silent under Flametto's hand. He displayed photos of children playing by deactivated titans, warm life where destruction once ruled. This, he said, waving images above them, is Unity's power. My device sparked it, but your hearts must carry it on. Murmurs rippled through the crowd, realizing the possibilities before them, more than a show of might, but a promise of solidarity. Cars took the stage next, imposing yet softened by his tale. I knew only conquest and power. Derek showed me another way. His words resonate, a chorus of shared experience. Change is the hardest fight, he said. We face it together, for our children, for the galaxy. Silence fell as cars reached for Derek's hand, the simple gesture heavy with meaning. Leaders leaned forward, whispering, thrilled by the bold coalition declaration. What started on unity, cars breathed, can be the future for all. I stand with humans and ask you to do the same. Thunderous applause erupted. Diverse peoples, once divided, now united in a dream of tomorrow. Under Unity's bright light, a pact formed to defend and enrich lives. The stage became a beacon, its message that the strongest bridges can be built from the deepest rifts. Unity lived up to its name, not just a plan, but a principle spreading across the cosmos. Each handshake and year of grit in the foundation of an intergalactic society to weather any storm. Derek watched with pride and hope as leaders connected, prosperity's seed sown in cooperation soil. Derek and cars leaned into screens marked with data. They were in a steel room under Unity, hidden from eyes and ears. Each click of keys pressed them closer to peace. Above ground, buzzed hope in the new world. Below, these leaders faced the harsh truth. Some still clung to the past. The screen lit up with red dots, each one a spark threatening to ignite war. Derek's jaw clenched. His hand rested on the cold metal table. His other arm held a relic from old battles, both victory and a reminder of progress's cost. Cars leaned back, the chair groaning under his bulk. He looked at the dots with scorn. They cower in shadows, fearing light. Derek nodded. Let's flush them out. In his eyes shone trust built through struggle. In alleys, Vega led her team on a hunt. Eyes scanned buildings for the waverly. Knox worked alongside, his device tracing signals of unrest. They found an empty warehouse with plans inside to shatter the peace. Vega's team waited for night. The moon lit their path, spotlighting the mission. Knox signaled. They burst in silent as dust. Shock froze defiant faces. Plans halted under Justice's dragnet. Vega spoke first, calm and clear. Stand down. No blood tonight. Her helmet showed their stunned looks. One lunged in desperation. Knox reacted, bat and thudded flesh. The figure crumpled, harmless. Others realized resistance was useless. Weapons dropped, surrender chosen over violence. Outside, cars watched through lenses. Pride swelled, seeing his troops prevail without force. He spoke into the radio. Derek, it's done. Another down. Derek's voice came back, steel under relief. Keep at it. Each crushed cell brings real peace closer. Vega's team emerged, prisoners in tow. They passed cars wordlessly, actions louder than shouts. The night dragged on, stars witnessed. Morning found Derek and cars awake, focused. Reports came, each victory stifled defiance. More red dots extinguished. Unity stood sturdy, human and groom bonded. With every operation, Unity's skies cleared. Word spread on planet and off. Splinter groups withered, whispered dissent silenced by action. Days later, Unity's towers grew taller, reaching for watchful stars. Derek and cars allowed themselves brief satisfaction. Work remained, but for now, peace held. In the galaxy, tails spread of human grit and new green honor. Eyes that saw the stars with mistrust now looked with respect. Derek and Carl shared a nod, worthy of understanding. They rose, ready to meet the future with unbending strength proven through fight. Derek stood on the platform high above Unity's capital. His arm device lay dead against his shirt, useless now. Around him, the city buzzed with light. Trees pierced the sky, leaves catching light from the twin suns. Kids played below. A human girl led green boys in a race, all chasing a chalk line on the stone street. Derek smiled. Their war was a game, as it should be. Beside him, Cars adjusted his piece sash, the robes shifted. His armor rested in a museum now, retired. Cars had aged, scales dull, but eyes still sharp, reflecting the changed world. 20 years, Derek said. Look at this place now. He swept his hand across the view of the thriving city. Cars rumbled. You see rebirth. I see our vision made real. They watched workers fitting translucent panels into an old war gap. The tools hummed as the workers directed each other, a symphony of progress. Derek's communicator chirped. A message from Admiral Hayes. Your retirement ceremony, 1,600 hours. Don't be late. Derek responded and clipped the device on his belt. Retirement. Didn't think I'd make it here. Cars chuckled. You think you can read this? He gestured around. Unity is you. I'll still be around, just not in uniform. Derek felt the weight of his medals under his shirt. Time for others to lead. Cars nodded. Others will follow you. They joined the flow on the street. Derek moved slower now, joints aching from service, but he didn't mind. The pace let him take in each new building, each smile. Youngsters, human and green, saluted Derek. An eager human voice stood straightest. We're studying your battles, sir. Derek knelt to the boy's eye. Study our peace harder. The boy's eyes widened. Yes, sir. Derek ruffled his hair. Good man. They reached the square, surrounded by mixed race buildings. A fountain flowed with pure water. Soldier statues stood back to back, eternal guardians of peace. Your legacy, Derek, Carr said at the fountain, the story they'll tell about us. Derek watched the sparkling water. We never should have messed with humans or drones. He grinned. Carr's laugh, a sound of hope now. Derek met the eyes of every passerby. No, we shouldn't have, but I'm glad we did. The clock tower chimed the hour. Soon he would stand before allies to end an era. But as Derek left with Cars, he knew some things never ended. They just passed on, hand to hand, forever beating in Unity's heart.
front door has opened. Something happening around the front steps. Yeah.